Oh, yeah.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. I do realize it's kind of a surprise stream, but it's because it is my birthday today for another half hour. I was trying to get on earlier, once again, the bane of my existence lately. The Xbox app is refusing to play well with others, mostly the PC. I get no sound from it, still. If you guys saw the last stream I did, you guys saw the problems I was having with that. Still no sound from it. So I figured, what the hell? Let's try something a little different. So today, we are going to be going around Google Earth. And go around the planet, seeing where I grew up, where I've lived, places I've been, and some of my thoughts about them. Now, this is going to be all North America. You guys are going to learn a little bit more about me. The kind of stuff places I've lived. Yeah, I can words. I swear I can words. I swear a lot, too. Anyway, so yeah, that's what's going to be going on. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask them in chat. Or if you're watching this later, you want to see what's going on, this will be uploaded in its entirety to YouTube for your later perusal, because I realize not everybody can hang out the entire time. So if you have any questions or comments, please be sure to leave them on the video over on YouTube. You can also tweet at me. You can join the Discord. So join my Discord. The links are down below. However, you will have to jump through another Discord loop because I had individual full-on servers for each channel I have. Like YouTube had its own server, Twitch, Mixer. We all have the Mixer. So I've combined them all now into my main server. Now they all have their individual channels. So, for what that's worth. Also, there's suggestion channels and stuff like that. So be sure to go over there, check out the stuff. Any kind of game suggestions, stream suggestions. If you have any helpful hints, tips, tricks, whatever it is you might have. Don't be a dick. I welcome all constructive criticism. Any suggestions, whatever. My only thing is just don't be a dick. And now Google Earth is not working. Motherfucker. Why is it not working? Oh, for fuck's sake. That was the wrong button. Sorry about that. Yeah. Oh, there it is. If I click out of it... Welcome to the stream, guys. Hey, this is how it is. But yeah, we're gonna turn on some pretzel rocks, get some music going there in the background. Let me know if it's too loud or just right. Let's go ahead and turn that down just a little more, because we really just want background music. Let me know how that is. If the volume's good, whatever, let me know. And, Host, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. All right. So I moved the mic away, so hopefully I won't blast your ears out. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Again, if you guys have any questions or anything, please be sure to let me know. So the first step on the tour here. So for you guys that have been following the channel for a while, ooh, I hate that. Let's adjust the map correctly. Ah, fuck. God damn it. The controls are wonky as shit. Anyway, for those of you that have been with the channel before, I may have mentioned that I grew up in a state called Illinois. That way the roads aren't quite so obnoxious. So yeah, I grew up in a state called Illinois. For those of you that aren't in this country, here's where it is on the map. It's right beside Indiana and Missouri. Up above is Wisconsin and Iowa. So it's like kind of Midwest, but not horrible. Ah, fuck. Okay. Anyway, so when I was born in a town called Peoria, and here it is. Do we really need all these streets on? I don't think so. Let's turn off. Well. Well, I don't want to turn off all the roads, but I don't, yeah, fuck it. Anyway. So I was born there, and then I lived in Washington for a little while. I was born in Peoria. Peoria was the closest town to Washington, which is right there. All in Illinois. I lived there for a few years. And then when I was 5, we moved to a place called Champaign. And this is where I spent a good part of my childhood. This is where I mostly grew up, was in the Champaign-Urbana area. Let's see if I can find the places. Ooh. That was almost sneezed. I hate the way it tilts. Okay, how do I stop the goddamn tilt? I don't know. So that's Hessel Park. That's close. Okay, oh, that's Savoy, never mind. Okay, here, we're close. So, right over this way is a set of apartments. Oh. Where did they go? Some. No. Okay, there's the shopping center. Okay, yes, it is. It is. It is. You guys gotta realize it's been a while since I've been here. Because there's the Wiener Schnitzel. I went there a lot when I was little. They have really good stuff, by the way. But yeah, when I first moved here, we lived in these apartments over here called Country Fair Apartments. And in the summer, we'd go swimming over here at this little pool. It was fun. I had fun. And then we would oftentimes walk over here to this mall over here. It looks a little rough now. There's a TV station right there. But this was the Country Fair Mall. I mean, it's large. Or the Country Fair Shopping Center, rather. Basically, it's a cross between a mall and a strip mall. Because it does have inside bits, or it used to, and it also has outside bits. And I went there a lot as a kid, and we just walked over. And this is a Round Barn restaurant right there. I think that's like the second location. Or that may be a different, because it used to be right here. You can see where the Round Barn was. I think something happened to it a few years ago, that it burnt down or they moved it. I can't remember which, because as I said, I didn't live there at the time, so I don't know. It was one of those things I heard in passing that they either moved it or it burnt down and they relocated to this one. I'm like I said, I'm not 100% sure. It may have been they outgrew that location, so they moved it over here to take advantage of this restaurant area here. Again, I'm not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that. But I went there a few times as a kid. It was really cool. Just review. Oh, we can. Yeah, I think this may have been like the original restaurant, because it wasn't super big. This looks like a little, it's like a lot, I can words. Actually, this may be the original restaurant. Huh. Anyway, this used to be a restaurant. It was really cool. It was really neat. It was one of those where you kind of had really good food. I still think it was there, though. Anyway, besides the point. I swear I thought I heard myself talking in the background like an echo. Anyway. So let's exit Street View. So that's the Round Barn. We'll go over to the apartments where I used to live when I was little. Also, when I lived here when I was little, all this back here was cornfield. This is a bunch of cornfield. But anyway. Oh, where are you going? Okay. Put that right there. That's the apartments I lived in. Like, yeah, it was that one right here in this building. In fact, it was that apartment right down there. Can I zoom? How do you zoom? Shit, I don't know. Zoom. Where is the zoom? Nope, you can't zoom the street view. All right, fair enough, I guess. Anyway, it's that apartment right there. You go in the door, down the stairs, and it's right there. It was a cool place to live. I mean, granted, I was 5, so, Actually, we moved there before I was 5 because I had my 5th birthday there. So, yeah. Oh, how do you get rid of the tilt? There we go. Got rid of the tilt, thank God. Okay, go back to north in orientation. So I lived there, and then I went to school. It was like way over here. Let's see, where is it? Anyway, the first school I went to in kindergarten where is it? Are you gonna load Google Earth? Or are you not? Okay, I guess you're not. Let's see, where was it? I think it was here. Are you gonna zoom in or like fix the resolution? Maybe. All right, so Google Earth is just like, well, fuck you. We're not gonna do it. Okay. Where's Randolph? It wasn't Randolph. It's been a while since I've even looked this up. Okay, that's Southside Elementary. Where the hell? And it helps when it's not all pixelated to fuck, too. Are we gonna zoom in at all? And it's stuck. It's not. Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Are we gonna load the train? Are we? Well, you know what? Why is it not? Hang on, is there, where is, I lost my cursor, there it is. The options. I'm changing a couple settings here, so bear with me. Okay, restart. Yeah, I'm not done yet. Add one to that, and we'll make that 4. Oh, you guys can't see any of that, can you? Ah, okay. Okay, fine. Holy shit. Okay. All right, give me a second, guys. We've got to restart Google Earth. Yeah, damn it. Okay. Back to Champaign. These are not my pins, by the way. These are just what the hell is over on here. Okay, so Centra's back over here. Somewhere. Right there. There's Country Fair. So. Here it is. This is the first place that I went to school. I went to school for kindergarten at Dr. Howard Elementary School. And then, and see, when I started school, I was only 4. Because how do you, I want to get rid of the tilt, damn it. Well, fuck. Anyway, Dr. Howard Elementary. Then, after a while, moved from over here, from Country Fair, over to a house over here. And one of my best friends lived over here on the corner. I think it was this house right here. Or it might have been that one. Yeah, it was this one. Because like they had their house over here, and then they had like another building right over here, and we kind of used it as a playhouse, and they had it wired up with the intercom. It was awesome. And like I said, I live just up the road. Not too far. Okay. But that is the house right there that we lived in. And again, when we lived in that house, this was a big empty field. I mean, it was a big empty field all the way back to like these few houses back here. I mean, well, it wasn't empty because it was somebody's backyard. Because there was a house over here, or it was like up here. I don't know. Anyway, it was in this area here. I could see it, but this is just like, and it wasn't empty. It was just covered in trees. So it was like a little forest. It had like huge, nice, big, huge shade trees, kind of like these. But there was like, and they weren't like densely packed. So you could see, there was plenty of clear sky. But it was like all around the perimeter, there were big, huge shade trees. And it was so awesome. And there's like a couple trees in the middle. But I loved it there. Anyway, so when we moved there, I went to school over here. Right here. And I went to school through first grade there. First and second, or just first? No, it's just first. I went to school for first grade right here, which was really cool. I liked it. That's where they decided they wanted to try to put me in third grade. So they wanted me to skip 2 grades, go from first to third. And they told my parents about it, and my parents were like, well, you know, maybe you should ask them if that's what they want to do. And I was like, oh, hell no. I was like, no. Because one, the few friends I had, because I didn't have a bunch of friends, because, you know, I wasn't at that school that long, and everybody else that I went to school with, like at Dr. Howard, they lived other places. Because sometimes the way they did things around here did not make a hell of a lot of sense. But everybody, you kind of got to choose what school you went to. Because most schools, you have like a couple options within a within like say a 4-mile radius. So you've got your close option, and then you've got the option of you having to take the bus. And just depending on which one you wanted to go to, it's where you lived. Or that's just where you lived is where you went to school, unless you took the bus. But most of the time, it was easier just to go to the closest school, because you could walk there. As you see, from, like here to Westview Elementary, I can words, it's, what, 1, 2, 6, 6 or 7 blocks. So it's like I go down a block and then up 6 blocks. So I went there first grade. I had all kinds of, like, I was in the back, and we had like the school programs where you had like the music and all that stuff, where everybody got, the whole class got up in front of the whole school and sang like Christmas carols and shit like that. And we had spelling bees and other shit and plays and that kind of stuff. So then, after that, we moved a little bit further down. We moved over if I recall correctly, we moved from over there on Green Street to over here on Rodney. Oh, it looks like they took down the privacy fence. Yep. So this right here is the house that I lived in for a couple of years. That tree tried to kill us a couple of times. But yeah, the reason I know it's this house is because the garage, one year I got a dog for Christmas, a puppy, and so, she got to where she didn't, she liked to try to chew everything up and, like poop everywhere. And having little sisters, we couldn't have that in the house. So we put it in the garage. The garage was heated. We had a heater out there for it. So it wasn't cold. And we had like, we built like a little dog pallet kind of thing. We took like 2 or 3 big pallets and covered them in plywood. And then we had that for the bed. And we put like straw and stuff on top of it. It was like originally like an old mattress, but she shredded it, so it was straw. So, but it's like I'd still take her out for a walk, you know, a couple times a day. And during the winter one year, so I was taking her out for a walk, and we were coming down here, and she saw the house. She started getting really excited, and she started running, and there was ice on the street. I hit the ice. I fell. She dragged me up into the driveway back to the garage. It was an interesting ride. Yeah, so when I lived there, exit street deal. So I said, when I lived there, I went to a different school. Because as you can see, there to Westview was not horribly far. See, Westview's right there. And we only moved like 2 miles away, 3 miles away? I don't know, anyway. So I had the choice of, do I keep going there? Or do I go to the other church, the other school? So what I chose to do was go to the other school. Because, well, it's a lot closer. It's like, there's where I lived, there was a school. Now, it was not as close as Green Street to Westview, but it was still pretty close. So this school here, I went to for and third. I went to school for 2nd and 3rd grade. And also, when I went to school here, yeah, they've still got the blacktop there. But again, when I went to school here, there was, shit. See, there was like this stuff back here. We had a, like a natural prairie garden. Basically, it's an area that was, it was like a garden that had like the plants that were originally there before anybody inhabited the area. So it was like the natural prairie, little natural prairie garden. Is you know, like a little house on the prairie, you know, she's running down the field and shit. Is like, that's the kind of plants that we planted there. And yes, we planted the plants because it was part of my 2nd grade science class. And so we planted a whole bunch of stuff there. But then here, let's see, can we go back in time on this one? I don't know. Ugh. Hi, yeah. So you can see where they had Foursquare set up, different places. So we'd have like Foursquare, we'd do kickball, we'd do dodgeball, all in this court out here. We had those the red rubber balls. Yeah. So like, I guess the field that we planted, because it wasn't like all fancy like this. We basically did like just a big kind of rectangular spot. But then here on the back, there, this other court, I think it was, we did, anyway, all this back here, all this was all cornfields. Again, let's see, yeah, let me see if I can. Well, so you can see, like, that's cornfield. I go, oh, I can't even talk for that picture. All right. Yeah, that was all cornfield back here. Like I said, I went here for 2 years, 2nd and 3rd grade. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I think a lot of the reasons that the schools I went to were the schools I went to were not just because, you know, and so there's a playground out front there. It used to be a better playground out front, but, you know, back in the day. But so the schools that I went to were some of the better schools. That's part of why we moved around, so I could, you know, be sure to get into the better schools that I enjoyed. Well, I enjoyed is kind of a... But see, now here's the thing. When I was in 3rd grade, my 3rd grade's teacher, the original teacher, her name was Mrs. Christ. And I've got a story to go along with that. So here at Robeson Elementary, in 3rd grade, sorry, I passed 2nd grade no problem, all A's. 3rd grade comes around, and again, because they were wanting me to skip grades and I refused, they put me in a 3rd and 4th grade combined class. Which means that the 4th grade students were doing 4th grade work, and the 3rd grade students were doing 3rd grade work. Because there wasn't quite enough people to make a full class of both, and all the people in that class were some of the brighter children in the school. From what I heard, which is why I was in the 3rd and 4th grade combined class. So it's like we're in school for a week or two, I think it is. And I really like my teacher. She's a nice older lady. You know, she kind of reminds you, like, to be like a grandma, you know. And she's really cool. I liked her. And then horrible things happened. Her husband had a stroke. So she had to basically put her teaching career on hold to help take care of him while he recovered. And luckily, I mean, he survived it, and he eventually was okay. But at the end of the school year, well, it wasn't the end of the year. It was it took about 3/4 of the school year, I guess. So in the meantime, we had a substitute. Her name was Mrs. Hanson. And I kind of liked her okay at first. And then I kind of didn't like her. Because I'll tell you why. But I'll preface this by saying she became one of my favorite teachers ever. But I'll tell you why. Because when she came into class, you know, everything was fine. I was getting, you know, good grades, doing all the work. And then I got bored one day during spelling. And keep in mind, we are in a 3rd and 4th grade combined class. So we were doing, you know, the tests. One day I was just like, you know what, fuck it, I'm bored. I'm gonna do the 4th grade test too. Because I knew how to spell most of the words. So it's like I drew a line down the center of my paper. One side I did the 3rd grade, the other side I did the 4th grade. And this went on for a couple of weeks. And she wasn't going to officially grade them. But she told me to quit doing that and only study the words for the 3rd grade test. She said, just worry about the 3rd grade test, don't worry about the 4th grade test. I was like, okay. I kept doing it anyway. And same with math. I would do the 4th grade math test as well. So this went on for a couple of weeks, and then she decided to call me on my shit. She hardcore graded it, like full on, just like she would the other kids. Because she kind of graded it anyway, and was like, okay, you know, fine, whatever. Well, like I said, I was a smartass. I kept doing it. I was like, yeah, what's she gonna do? She full on, she made a second, like, grade for me for 4th grade. Let me repeat that for the people in the back. I took 3rd and 4th grade at the same fucking time. I had double the classwork, double everything, because I was a smartass and didn't leave well enough alone, and she called me on my shit. Luckily, because it's like I already knew like most of 3rd grade stuff. I knew it already because I was a fucking sponge, and again, like I said, I'm a smartass, and so if I already knew something, I'd be like, it's no problem, it's easy. Again, she called me hardcore on my shit. So I straight up did both grades' work at one time. And she full on put me in the 4th grade book. Like the grade book. So I did all the classwork for both classes. I did all the homework for both classes. Granted, at this point in time, we didn't have a lot because this was back before they decided to give everybody homework. So basically, the only homework would ever have been what you didn't finish in class. If they did that. So Yeah. So that's the story of how I passed 2 grades in 1 year. Because she full on submitted my grades to the principal and everything. We had some discussions about that. Because the principal was like, what the hell's this? And I'm like, I don't know. And my parents were like, because I thought she was just picking on me. And so it's like, that's how I started to not like her. Because I thought she was picking on me, making me do all the extra work and everything. I mean, she was. But I was a smartass about it. So that's why I ended up doing 3rd and 4th grade in the same year. Although, unfortunately, it didn't transfer to my next school because at the end of 3rd grade, we moved again. And what's kind of bullshit is, so from here, remember I told you we lived over on Rodney. Which is right here. We moved from Rodney to Southwood. In fact, this very house right here, we moved literally two blocks from that house to that house. And that small change made me have to change schools. So instead of going to Robeson, you know what? What the hell? No, because I did go to... Huh. I think we moved partway through the school year. Either we moved partway through the school year from Rodney to Southwood, or they changed, like, the district area, which school I could go to. Because that's actually closer to, it's because there on Southwood, it's actually closer to Robeson than Rodney was. Huh. That's interesting. But anyway, or that may be one of the places where I had a choice because it was right there on the edge of both, maybe. I don't, there is overlapping. Again, I'm not 100% sure. Actually, that could be one of those where, again, they put me in like a gifted class and was like, oh, hey, you're over here instead. Either way, because I remember going from South in the winter, because there's a little creek that runs right along here, a little creek and a bike path. And what we would do, when it froze over, we would walk on top of the creek. For those in the back, when the creek froze over, we would walk across the top of it. We would walk on the ice on the top of the creek until we got over here, and then we'd climb up the bank, back to the bike path, and then to school. And we walk down this way and either up Crescent. We'd usually, we'd walk all the way down here to Scottsdale on the bike path and the creek. We'd walk all the way down here, then we'd come up here, and then take Scottsdale to the school. Sometimes we'd go over another, at this place we'd go over another road or whatever, or sometimes we'd just, there was different ways we could take to go to and from school, as you can see. And depending on what mood struck us, because it was me and several of our friends, we all walked to school together. And just some of them would pick up at different points along the path. Once, well, more than once, we were walking along the creek, and somebody was either a smartass or whatever, and it wasn't, like, the creek was not deep. It was like usually maybe shin deep. Like in the summer, sometimes, like during rains or whatever, sometimes it would get a little deeper. I mean, sometimes it would flood and get very much deeper. But there's only one really deep part, and that's where there was like a drain pipe that came out like at the top of like little valley the creek is in, and it was constantly draining water. It was like a storm drain or something, but it was almost always draining water. So that was the only deep part in the creek. I don't know how deep it got, but we took like, one time we had kind of like a really big long pole, and we had like poles and things, because we were all curious as to how deep it got. We threw like bricks in it and shit, and we just go bloop. I mean, it was deep, and we never could have anything that we could like reach the bottom of, so we stayed away from that hole. But because also about the same place, where is it? So we go down there, and then it's like, here's where it would go down. Where is it? Let's see. One area right through in here, I think it's right here actually, it's where the bike path crosses the creek, and there's a little bridge. So you go all the way down the side of the little ravine it's in, across the creek. Because again, it wasn't very deep. It was like shin deep. I mean, it's like if you stepped off the little bridge, it went, maybe upper shin. So like 1.5 feet, 2 feet max, maybe. So you cross the little bridge, and then you continue on the bike path up to here, up the hill, and up to here, and then this is where we would branch off and then go to school. But yeah, so again, on more than one occasion, I only did it a couple of times. Somebody was being a smartass, it was not me, and they decided to jump and see how thick the ice actually was. Or somebody else would throw a rock onto the ice and see if they could break it while everybody else is starting to scramble to try to get off the ice before it breaks. And a couple of times it broke, and so I had to walk, to the bridge to get to the little bridge to get back onto the path to walk to school. So needless to say, by the time I got to school, my pants were frozen up to my thigh, like upper thigh down, because there was also snow on the ground. So it was like deep snow drifts, and of course we're playing in the snow. That's what you do. That's kind of why I hate snow now. But so we're sitting here walking to school in completely frozen pants, and we get there, And people are having, the adults are like, oh my God, what the, I'm like, it's fine. But they're like, no, you have to go to the office, change your clothes. I'm like, I don't have any clothes. And they were like, well, you can look in the lost and found. I'm like, God damn it. So I ended up with like a pair of Gerald Ford golf pants or some shit. They were tacky as fuck, polyester as fuck, bell bottoms. I'm like, I think legit they were there since the 70s in the lost and found. Because like the legs were pretty loose, like from the knee down. The thighs were kind of tight, and the ass was tight. I was afraid to bend over because the ass was that tight. It's like they fit, but I was afraid to move. But the leg, like I said, from about mid shin down, they were loose as hell. Bell bottoms. Like I said, I think they were legit there from like the early 70s. So I had to change into those while we put the rest of my clothes. Remember, they are frozen fucking solid. Like 100% fucking frozen. Like they just came out of the fucking deep freeze. We put them over a radiator. I think it was in the office. I think it was either in the office or in the classroom. I can't remember which. Because I mean, it's like when kids got there with wet clothes, you know, it's like they would just put them over the radiator, they'd dry, they'd put them back on later. Mine were so wet, they sent them home in a paper bag, well, plastic bag. It was a paper bag lined with plastic because they were wet and they wouldn't, and stuffed them in my backpack. And it was like, you could tell your parents while you're wearing it. I'm like, God damn it. Okay, little did I know that they already called my parents and were like, hey, dipshit got to school with frozen pants. And my mom's just like, what the fuck? And she's like, all right, thanks for calling. And so then it's like, they're like, so you got something to tell us? I'm like, no. They're like, where'd you get those pants? I'm like, no. Like, I don't know. They're like, so it's like, and they were like, so you know the school already called us. I'm like, God damn it. Of course, I didn't say God damn it because I would have got my ass whooped. I was just like, I think my actual response was closer to just like, and they're like, so you want to tell us what happened? I'm like, no. They're like, okay, let's rephrase that. You're gonna tell us what happened. What the hell happened? I was like, well, we were walking along, and I didn't want to get my friends in trouble and say, or I didn't want to get in trouble and have to be barred from going that way. So I didn't say we were walking on the creek. I said we were walking along on the bike path, and that there was ice, and they slipped and fell into the, and I slipped off the bridge into the creek. Or 1 foot slipped into the creek. And she was like, why are both? It's like, well, it's like my friend fell too. So he kind of pulled me in with him. Like, all right, fine. They believed that. Well, I don't know how much they actually believed it, but they pretended they believed it. So. But it was like the following year, which was my 4th grade year. Because like I said, I went 2nd and 3rd grade there at Robeson. My 4th grade year was over here because, like I said, where we lived right here. Let's see, can I zoom into the bike path? Yeah, it's like you can see it right there, the little bike path. It's like it's actually like a walking trail, but me and my friends, we would all, take our bikes down, and can we walk on it? Can we Google it? No, we cannot. Well, shit. Okay, damn it. So my friend lived right there. So we walked to school together all the time and everything. And so there's the little walking trail. Let's see if you can actually see what it says. Oh, hey, there's some people running on it. I said, stop traffic ahead. Those were not there when I was there. When I was younger, those were not there. Or at least I don't think they were. But anyhow. So it's like from there. I went to school over here. Now this says it's International Prep Academy. That is not what it was when I went there. Grab that. Thank you. That also was not Weisgarver Park. That was like the... Alright, goddammit. Fucking hell. There. So, yeah, that was not Weisgarver Park. What it was the field for the school. Actually, what it was a lot of cornfield as well. Yeah, no, because it's like the school had grass, like to right back here, like a little line right back here, and then because here this is the blacktop, but we would because we did like the Presidential Fitness and all that stuff. Some of it we did here, but it's like right back here was like it was all cornfield. There was like a bit of a grass buffer zone between the school and the cornfield, but it was there. But back when I went there, it was called Carrie Busey. Okay, what the hell? Well, fine, we'll just drag it in the goddamn view then. Wrong fucking way. Now, if, like I said, when I went here, it was called Carrie Busey. And I've looked at this before, and if you zoom in, you could still see. Oh, that's a fucked image. All right, let's go back one more then. Okay, these images have been screwed with a bit. Because when we were there, I think somebody's come by and edited the images. Okay, let's go back in time a little bit. Can we? Oh, apparently not. Well, shit. Anyway. Huh. Yeah, I think these images have been edited a bit. Because when I was there in person a couple years ago, you could still see where it had the name of the school. That's some fuckery right there. Huh. I would try to find my picture on my hard drive, but like I said, it was a few years ago. I'll show you one of these. No, they completely edited it. Because it still had like where the, like the places where they drilled the letters into it. Like the shapes of that. Anyway. That was Cary Busey Elementary. That's where I went. Oh, now it does the fucking... Fuck off. Fucking hell, no, stop, not that way. What? Why the fuck are these controls so fucking wonky? Anyway. So, I went there for 4th and 5th grade because it's elementary school. And in Illinois, the elementary schools, they go to 5th grade. After 5th grade, you go to middle school, which is 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Some of them are just 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. So from there, when we moved from Southwood, which, like I said, was right over here. Like I said, again, it was like 4 blocks to school. That's why I would end up going here instead of continuing to go to Robeson, because it was closer. And again, I think they, because this is all under the same school system, school district, whatever. It was the Champaign County School District. So, like I said, they 4 blocks versus like what? 8? So from there, as the crow flies, it was like a half mile. Now, if you actually go along the, let's do the path. Again, this is just kind of approximate. Yeah, see, it's over half a mile that way. Versus, oh shit. Okay. This says it was a little farther, but we all know that the kids don't go in a straight line and any of that shit, so. But, so after we moved from Southwood, I was still going, like I said, I'm in 5th grade. So, the summer of my 4th grade year, so it was like, well, I guess it would be the summer of my 5th grade year. I graduated 4th grade, was going into 5th grade. That summer, I came to help my grandparents. They moved from Washington to Alabama. So I went with them to help them move, or whatever, you know. I don't know what good I was, really, honestly. But I spent the summer with them. During that summer, my dad's mom, who lived oh, there we are. She lived like right over here-ish. She died. So basically, after she died, we moved in to her house. So we moved from right over here to over here-ish. So that was even closer to my school. So, so we lived there, like through Halloween, and part way through I think it was November-ish that we moved, because they were selling the house. So yeah, 5th grade. I was still going here. I had friends that, you know, we made friends with some people that had lived over here, and then they had moved over in this area as well. I did not know that. So that was kind of cool. So then it's like I walked to school with them sometimes. Yeah, here's I was actually a crossing guard. When I was in 5th grade, I was a crossing guard. So that meant that on one of these side streets, or one of these intersections, I got to leave school early so I could get to my post before everybody else got out of school. So, and I had the orange belt and everything. So my favorite thing was, I was usually like, I was usually the crossing guard for this intersection here, or sometimes this one. A couple of times they had me be like one of the main road intersection crossing guards. And these are main streets. That was... usually they had like actual adults doing these. But... you know, like I said, it wasn't very often. It was like every once in a while. Like, I got, you know, they'd say, hey, I need you to take this corner, or this intersection. I'm like, all right, cool. But usually I got almost all the way home. Before, because I got to walk almost all the way home. So then after a certain time, it was assumed all the kids were already home or had already gone by, so I could just go ahead and go home. And so it was like 1 block up, I was home. Or 1 block over and up. You know, either way. So I usually got like this one. Sometimes I got the intersection. Now I didn't cross kids going this way, but I crossed them going this way. Here, and it was the same thing right here. It's like I would be on one corner, and then it's like where the kids came from. Was if it was this side, then I'd have to cross them that way, then that way, or if I was over there, I'd come that way, then that way. You know, like crossing guards do. But then, like I said, during that year, we sold the house, and so we had to move to an apartment. So the apartments we moved into were the ones right here. They are no longer there. They used to be there. And we lived on the top floor. Can we get a street view? Yeah, see, it's it's an empty field now, but you can see where the driveways were. It's like that was the driveway entrance. There's a parking lot in the front. There's another driveway entrance and another one, and another one over there. And the magic of, oh, God damn it. Wait, why does, what the hell? Okay, apparently. Um, oh, hello. I think I just crashed it. Shit. Well, let's start it again. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, so no, wrong way. That's what I thought. I was like, well. There we go. That right there. That was my dad's mom's house. And that's where we lived for a little while. And you can see, it is kind of a bitch to get out of the driveway. But anyway, all right, exit street view. Like I said, that was where we lived for a little while, and then we moved over into the other apartments. What, they don't do fucking street view in fucking... Well, goddamn. They used to. So anyway. They were like 3-story apartment buildings. They were matched. And so it was these. They had, like I said, the entrance there, and then there's one there and one over there. We lived in this building right here. And as a matter of fact, it was this apartment because the apartments ran long like this. So it was like there was like a, not even a center hallway, but there was like a little stairway here and a stairway here, and then just straight down the center was like the shared wall. And then we each had a back door, we each had a front door, and the rest of the apartment is like living room, kitchen, like hallway, one bedroom here, and then bathroom was right here-ish, or maybe it's right here. And it was between this bedroom and this bedroom, and then the big bedroom was back here. So, yeah. And we lived right in that one. We lived there for... This is 6th grade? Yeah, I believe that we lived there for the rest of 5th grade and 6th grade. And when I went to 6th grade, I went to Columbia Middle School, which I'll show you where it was. Columbia Middle School. No. What is this? Neil, yes, okay, so Columbia Middle School was way up over here. Maybe. God damn it, it's fucked again. Is that? Yes. Because Hazel Park is because where the school. Would you fucking load? God damn it. Alright, is that work? The question is, will it come back or do I have to restart it again? I honestly have no idea. I may have just fucked it. Okay. All right. Huh. Okay, restart something. Restart Google Earth yet again. Damn it, Google. Oh. Okay. All right, anyway, so we were there on Kirby, and I was, that's Neil Street, yes. Fine. Too far. Okay, those are train tracks. Shit, damn it. That's Leo Park. That's not what I needed either. Oh, for fuck's sake, we had it earlier. Oh, that's because I'm too far over, maybe. Oh, yes, okay. I was too far over. There's West Side Park. Columbia Middle School, right here. As you guys can see, they didn't have a lot of room. In fact, it's all staff parking, stuff like that. Actually, the staff parking actually didn't used to be there. The staff parking used to be over here. But apparently somebody bought it and it was a deck. So, or it was over here. I don't remember for sure. No, because there was a chain link fence up over here and right here. So I think staff parking was over here, actually. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Oh, it looks like they turned it into a community garden. Anyway, so the teacher, this used to not be a parking lot. This used to be, I mean, it was kind of a parking lot, but, I mean, it was asphalt, but it was for, like, PE and stuff like that, for us to kickball and Foursquare, stuff like that. But for most of the time, we would go over here to Hazel Park, and that's where we would do like all of our PE stuff. Where we would do like we'd do soccer, basketball, kickball, stuff like that. They'd make us run around the park. We got to play on the equipment a lot, and then when we got done, we'd have to come back over here and then cross the road, and then we always cross with the light because it's a busy road. And so I went there for 6th grade, and then 7th grade we moved again. Is what happened in 6th grade, or at the end of 6th grade. We moved. Because see, here's the thing, it's like, see, we lived right here. This is Kirby Avenue. Carrie Busey was right here. This is Carrie Busey. So what I had to do was I had to walk down to Carrie Busey to catch the bus to then take here to school. It was like, that was a pretty long bus ride. But luckily, we just, because everybody that went to that school from around this area, they all walked over. They all walked over to Cary Busey to catch the bus. So, yeah, it was all right, I guess. But it was a full bus. So then after 6th grade, we ended up moving from these apartments because my dad had got he got a good job, but it was out of state, and they were supposed to pay. Wait, why is this all? Hold on. How long has it been like this? Okay. Okay. That's better. So anyway. Oh, fuck. That's why it was fucked. Anyway. So, like I said, my dad had gone to college and had like a degree, like a bachelor's and a master's. Bachelor's anyway. I'm not sure if it was master's, but he went to school for quite a while. Graduated. I'm pretty sure he graduated magna cum laude. However the hell you say it. And he was in a fraternity. And it wasn't like a, you know, what was it? Delta Iota Kappa, I think it was. No, he was not a dick. Phi Beta Mu. No, fuck. I don't know. Anyway. Phi Beta Kappa. That sounds right. Of course, so did Delta Iota Mu. But, or Delta Iota Kappa. Maybe it's Delta Iota Mu. Anyway, beside the point, he was in like a national fraternity. So along with all that. And so the problem is where we lived there in Champaign, there wasn't anybody that really, because his bachelor's, master's, I don't know what the hell it was. It was in business management, I think. Anyway, there wasn't anywhere in town that was hiring, sort of. It's like they either wanted a lot of experience and didn't want to train people, or they didn't mind training somebody, but they wanted somebody a lot younger. Because, I mean, my dad wasn't that old when he graduated, but he was not like fresh out of, you know, it's not like he went from high school to college. You know, there was a few years in between. So he was a little bit older than most of the people that are fresh out of college with the degree. So, you know, they were like, well, we don't want to hire you because you're too old, basically. Which is bullshit, because he wasn't even 30. I think he was like, let's see. When he graduated and had his degree, he was like 25, 26. I think he was 26. So, you know, but anyway, that's beside the point. So he didn't, like I say, he didn't have right. All right. He may have been 28. Either way, that's not that old. But it's older than they wanted to train people or whatever, because it was a shitty market. So he put in applications like, back then there wasn't an online application process. You had to send your resumes to these companies, like in the mail, or fax them. A fax machine is kind of like a telephone that you could send pictures through. Anyway, I know you guys know what a fax machine is, I hope. Anyway, beside the point. So you either had to fax them or you had to mail them, sometimes both. Either way, it ended up costing a lot of money to send out resumes. Because you also had to have them professionally done. And then you had to have copies of them. So, anyway, he'd been sending out resumes and stuff for a while. And this one company finally got back with him. And they, like, because they were out of state, they did like a phone interview, or a couple phone interviews and other stuff. And they were like, hey, yeah, we want you to come work for us. But we're out of state, and you know, you'll have to move here. But once you move here, once we move here and you get started, then we'll reimburse your moving costs and all this stuff. So we were like, okay, cool, because at the time, the starting salary was a lot of money. So it was like the job he was looking for, the type of work he was looking for, and the only problem was we had to all move out of state. So we loaded up. We had a big old, van that we had bought for something. I think so. We had a second car or something. We bought a big fucking van. I don't know. We just had it. Because I think one of our cars broke down, and that one was a good deal or something, and it's like somebody we knew had it, and they were selling it for a good deal, or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, I didn't know a whole lot of what was going on back then. I mean, it's like I knew what was going on, but not like, you know, the details of some of this stuff. So we moved to Albertville, Alabama. And we loaded up the van, everything we could stuff in it. And we got down there to Albertville. There was only, I think there was only a couple places for rent. One of them was like a one bedroom, like, it was like a one bedroom, I want to say trailer, but I may be wrong. But it was in a trailer park. The second place was in a trailer park. I think the first place was too. Either that or it was in somebody's backyard. I don't know. Again, they were like, that's weird and creepy. We're not moving there. So we opted for the trailer park because that was the only other place that had a place that was available for rent at the time. Like, okay, cool. So we moved down here, everything, get the keys, move in. And then, so my dad was like, hey, you know, calling the people up. Like, all right, so when do I start? What do I gotta do? All this stuff. He's like, we're settled in. I can start as soon as you need me to. And then it's like, oh, we don't need you quite yet. Or your position's not quite ready, or some bullshit they gave him, I don't know. And then they did this for like 2 weeks. And at the end of the 2 weeks, they were like, sorry, we don't have a job for you after all. So basically, we loaded everything up into our van to move down here for a job that they ended up giving to somebody else. Or it was bullshit to start with. We don't know. So my dad, we stuck around. Actually, I think that took about a week, because we stuck around because I think we paid like 2 weeks rent, because it was a mobile home. In a mobile home, you had to pay like weekly rent, but everything, all the power and everything was included. So the first week went by, we did that, and I think because I'm pretty sure we only stayed 2 weeks. We may have stayed 3. I don't remember for sure. I mean, it was summer. I didn't pay attention to how long we were there. But so basically, at the end of the time period, we're like, well, fuck. There's no work, because I mean, he went around to other places there, and unfortunately, at the time, Albertville was not a very happening place. It was kind of like in the middle of nowhere. Bunch of, you know, there wasn't a lot going on, and I don't even think there was much plant work going on at that time. So basically, there's, you know, no employment to be had. We were like 800, almost 1,000 miles from where we started. And so we're like, well, fuck. So we had to call it, because rent was coming due again, and we're like, we don't fucking have it. Because we'd called like other family, like my uncle that lived in Vegas, and I mean, he'd given us some money already, or during that time period, which was helpful, but it wasn't enough to be able to stay there, because I honestly, there was no work to be had. Because like I said, my dad went out like every day and was looking for, you know, any kind of work he could get at the time. Like, it didn't matter, it was like any work at that point. And he couldn't find any. So what we did was, like I said, my uncle had sent us some money, and I think maybe my grandparents did too, on my mom's parents. So we were like, okay, fuck it. We made a mistake. We got to go back up to Illinois, because we had friends up there, and you know, and my mom and dad both had connections, and my mom worked for this one place called Price Paint Store, and she worked for them forever. So she knew that, you know, if she had to, all she had to do was go up there and say, hey, I need a job, and they would hire her back. So, because she was their bookkeeper, and she was like a bookkeeper for a long time. So anyhow, after we left Albertville, we moved back up here to Illinois. And technically, we were homeless for like almost a month. I mean, like completely homeless, like living in a campground. That may have been 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. Anyway, still. So technically, we were completely homeless for at least 2 weeks, maybe 3. And we were staying in a campground. I don't think the campground is still there, because it was kind of out of town a little bit. Anyway, I don't think it's still there. Because, anyway, so, like I said, we were there for a couple of weeks. And welcome to the stream, everybody. Hope you all are enjoying it. I'm just kind of going over, you know, some of the places I've lived, places I've visited. So we moved back up here to Champaign because my dad had, like I said, my dad had connections, knew people. As I said, my mom, she knew she could get her job back at the paint store, so it was no big deal. So we did that, and then one of my dad's friends, their kids, who were like in their early 20s, they had a three bedroom, 2 or 3 bedroom like mobile home. So they said that we could stay with them for, you know, for a couple of weeks or until we got our shit together and was able to get a place of our own. It was like, cool. So that was out this way. Where's the railroad tracks? Yeah, railroad tracks are right here. So there was is it gonna come in? I think it was over here. Will it load? That's the question. Yeah, it's apparently. Damn it! I'm gonna have to reboot the. Why? Why? I have a shit ton of memory on my computer. Google Earth is using. It's only using 630 megabytes. Why is it fucking up? I wish I knew what hard drive it used. Let's see. Maybe it's because we're trying to use DirectX? Fuck, okay. Alright, well, let's fucking restart it again. Google Earth, coming up! Wow, I don't like that. Okay, so. Hey, maybe this place right here. When I say like shit was cornfields, guys, this is the shit I'm talking about. This is cornfields, like empty cornfields. This is what the shit was like in town, like behind like Robeson Elementary School and behind Country Fair Apartments. This is how it looked. Like fucking cornfields, man. Just empty. But anyway, yeah, because I think where they lived, it was it may have been right here. Anyway, yeah, it was right here. It was this one, because there's a big old power tower. Oh wait, there's another one right there. See, if one of them has like a whole dumpster pad thing. Huh. Of course, I mean, this was a while back, so some of the stuff may have changed a little bit. Anyway, so this is where it's like either here or over here. Here was the place where my dad's friends' kids lived. So we moved in with them for, I don't know, 2 or 3 months maybe. Well, we saved up enough to get a place of our own. But I would go out during the day and basically I was like, I was allowed just to go out and roam around. I'm pretty sure this is it because I remember that road being there like that. Because there's not one like that over here, is there? No. Yeah. So it was this one over here. It was, I want to say it was this one or this one. It might have been one of these two over here. No, I'm pretty sure because there was the road went like that. Like at the end, like you walk around their place and it was like over there like that thing. Anyway, I wandered around the whole entire area. But what I would do is I would get oh shit, that was quite a ways. I mean, unless it was, yeah, no, it had to have been that place. Because one, I would walk along the train tracks, and I took like a couple of 5-gallon buckets, and I would pick blackberries or boysenberries. Like every 2-3 days, I picked like a 5-gallon bucket of boysenberries, and it's like we had so many. They were like, "Please stop picking the berries. Like for the love of God, stop picking the berries." So I did. I stopped that. But then another day, it's like I came down here to the little creek thing, and came down here, and me and a friend, we were catching bullfish with our hands. They're kind of like catfish, but they're really spiky, and they didn't cook them. I think they made us take them back, or they gave them to somebody else in the trailer park. But anyway, or maybe it was here. I don't know. Anyway, like I said, I was a little kid. You know, it's like I knew where it was relatively, you know, but it's like I couldn't have gone into town if I had to. But you know, so I knew my way around this little area. So, yeah, I just follow the train tracks, picking boysenberries. And, I mean, I got a fuck ton of them. So, but then it's like, so, as I said, my mom got her job back with the paint store. And, so we saved up a bit. Saved up some money there because we really wanted to move out of these people's house as soon as we could. And while we were there, my uncle decided that he didn't want to live in Las Vegas anymore. This is one like several times. It's like the first time he decided he didn't want to live in Vegas anymore. So him and his friend, quotation marks, because that's what people called him back in the day, friend. They were moving to Shit, where did they move to? For some reason, I want to say they were moving to Kentucky, or no, Iowa, Indiana. I don't know. Anyway, I forget where they were moving to. Anyway, so he came by and because there's a bunch of stuff that he had that he was going to give to my mom and dad. Because part of it was when they had sold the my dad's mom's house, you know, they split the money, and then my uncle took his part, and then went to Vegas, and he started a business. He started a sandwich shop, and unfortunately, the time where he started it was kind of like in a lull. Like so, because he started like kind of like in the fall, so that because really, if you're gonna make when you make a lot of money in Vegas, is a lot of times during the like the tourist season, and I think he started it like right after tourist season, like in between like the fall tourist season and winter, because there is kind of winter tourist season, but it's mostly like around like New Year's, like Christmas, New Year's, in that time frame. So, but anyway, so like I said, we were there for probably a couple of months. I think may have only been a month. Like I said, I don't really know. The passage of time is not one of my best things. So we ended up. I said, Mom got her job back. My dad was working. Shit, where was he working? I think he was. You know, I don't remember where he was working. I know that when he was going to school, he worked nights as a delivery driver for Domino's. And my mom worked at the paint store during the day. Anyway. So anyway, that was that. So anyway, we okay, there it is. Okay, that's Farming Fleet. Where the fuck? Oh, that's Brownfield Road. There it is. And god damn it. This is aggravating me. Come on. It's loading. And then it's freezing. Okay, well, shit. Holy shit. Is that about Augerville? I didn't know we were that close to Augerville. Holy shit. I guess it makes sense though. Okay. Again. Reboot Google Earth. Because for some fucking reason, so after we moved from my dad's friend's kid's house, I think my parents knew them a little bit anyway. We moved in right here, I think. That's the one we lived in. We lived right there. It was a duplex. It was 2-bedroom. So, funny story. We had a Mustang. It was a Mustang hatchback. And one time after we got home from getting groceries, my sister, my middle sister, decided that it'd be a good idea. I'm not sure if she started the car or if she just popped it out of gear. Anyway, however she managed to do it, it rolled back into the ditch right there. There's a funk. Another time she got her head shut in the trunk. She was staying too close when my parents were like, stand back, it's, you know, I'm closing the trunk. And then she didn't, so like fucked her right on the forehead. Yeah. But anyway, that's where we lived there. We lived there for almost a year, because we moved in right before school started. And so this is all in between 6th and 7th grade. So from the time we lived, I went to Columbia. That summer, we came down here. He came down to Alabama to Albertville, stayed for 2 weeks ish, moved back up to Illinois, or moved back to Illinois, Champaign-Urbana, lived in a campground for 2-3 weeks, and then stayed with our friends for a month or two, so we could get money together to get a place. We got this place. Like I said, it was a 2-bedroom duplex. It was like my mom and dad had their bedroom, my sisters had their bedroom, because there's 2 of them, and I was relegated to, let's see, move down. That's like the dining kitchen area right there where air conditioner is. And just past that, there's like a hallway that goes to the back door, and there's it was like a laundry room kind of thing, like a laundry utility room. I mean, it was just open, but that's where like the heater was and all that stuff. So I had a bed I put in there, and I mean, it was nice and toasty because the heater was there. But yeah, it's like I slept back there for almost a year, which was fine. I mean, I didn't mind. It's like, I mean, these days people are like, oh my God. Trust me, if I had a choice of, because actually, I did share a room with my sisters for a little while. They were so fucking annoying. I was just like, no, I want my own space. Because they kept getting into my shit. That was when they moved me into like the utility laundry room. I mean, it was big enough, there was plenty of room. Not a problem. Also, I stayed cooler with the air conditioner right there too. So, I mean, it was a win-win. And when we lived there, I would walk up the road to there to wait for the bus every day. And then that would take me to school. And when we lived here, I went to school at Urbana Middle School. Elementary shit. And Urbana Middle School is goes down this way, down this way. Middle. Yeah, that's back into Champaign, isn't it? That is back into Champaign. Okay, went down there. Okay, where the fuck is Lincoln Square? Like I say, it's been a little while since I've tried to look this up. Lincoln Square. Okay, there's Lincoln Square Mall. So what I would do, story for another grade. But Urbana Middle School. Should be. Right here? No. What? Did I get turned around again? Okay, there's the courthouse. Oh shit. There it is. It's bigger than I remembered it. Because like, anyway. So here's Urbana Middle School. At one point it was Urbana Junior High, but then they changed it to Urbana Middle School. Or, sorry. It started as Urbana Middle School because it was 6th, 7th, and 8th, and 9th. Or is it 7th, 8th, and 9th? Anyway. Yeah, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. So I started there in my 7th grade year. And I went there 7th and 8th grade. Ow, motherfucker! I just got bit by goddamn... Is it a mosquito or a bitey fly? Like a big fucking mosquito? Or like a bitey fly? I don't know. That hurt. Shit. Anyway, so I went here for 2 years, 7th and 8th. I had a lot of fun there. But yeah, this was the most of the, I think this is newer because I don't remember this being there. I remember that being more well, you know, yeah. Okay, all this wasn't here. Well, this was here. But this was like, it was not baseball diamond. It was all like, oh shit, what do you call it? It was a field like this. But this was not a field like this. Let's see if we can go back. No, it is not like that. Yeah, see? This is all field. Yeah, that part is all new. So there was no baseball down, but this was all like regular field. And there were houses and shit over here that aren't there anymore. Because, you know, when I went there, it's like, it was like, because the kids from the bus would, it's like everybody would all, like out where I lived, out there over on Charlene, it's like we had people like from 6th grade all the way up to high school, like 12th grade. They were all riding the bus, or at least 9th grade at that time. It was 9th grade. Because once you went to the high school, you went to the high school in 10th grade. And in 10th grade, they did things differently because the high school itself, which is right back here, this bit is new. Right here, I think. Because when I went there, it's like from the back, because like right here was the cafeteria. And you go out this door here, and from there you could go, because the buses used to pull in between the cafeteria and the high school. So it's like they pulled in here, and it's like right here, you could see clear across the little football stadium thing. That's a lot spiffier than it used to be. And they did not have whatever the hell this is, or that. I think that's Olympic training shit. Might be a soccer field? I don't fucking know. That looks like soccer field. Because that's their football field. That, I think, was their soccer field. Anyway, at the time, it wasn't near as fancy. So it's like they would pull around over here, drop us off, and then this building wasn't here, so kids walk back over here to go to the high school, or walk through here to go around to the various entrances to the middle school. And like I said, I did that for 2 years. And here's the, when I was in 7th grade, it's like when I still lived over there at Charlene, there was some kid in, like, it was a grade above me. I think he was just being a total jackass. So it's like every day he would like knock my backpack off my shoulder or knock my books out of my hand, whatever. And this one day, he did that, and he slung his backpack into my side, into my I think he hit my left side, but my right side is what was hurting really fucking bad. But it was hurting bad enough where it's like, I mean, it was really, really bad. And then so it's like, and it was on a Friday afternoon. So, or Thursday. Friday was like really bad. Saturday is like, I woke up, I could hardly move, I could hardly breathe. So my parents took me to the hospital, and turns out I had viral pneumonia. They had to do an operation, cut my lungs open, scrape out the inside, and then all that good stuff. And without the surgery, I had a 1 to 1.5% chance of survival. With the surgery, it doubled. So basically, I had a 3% chance of survival. And they left it up to me. They were like, well, we can put you on meds, keep you in the hospital, put you on meds, and try to get you better without surgery. But you probably won't make it. The other option is we can do surgery, fix it, put you on meds and everything, and you still might not make it, but you have a higher chance of survival. And then they were like, oh, well, what's the survival rate? And I was like, they're like, well, honestly, without the surgery, you have about a 1% to 1.5% chance of survival. And I was like, well, with the surgery? Well, they were like, it's about a 3%. I'm like, well, fuck. I don't have a lot of options here, do I? Like, no. Basically, they told me I was completely fucked. So I was like, well, I guess we'll do the surgery, huh? So we did the surgery, and here I am. But what happened with that kid in the hallway was that that was like, if you guys have ever seen A Christmas Story, you know what part I'm talking about, where Ralphie snapped? It was kind of like that, but way worse. Because people kind of underestimated me. Now, I had to hear this from like other teachers and stuff, and other students that witnessed it. I was told now that basically I had about 20 to 30 people dogpiled on me, trying to hold me back. And most of them were adults. Over half of them were adults. Keep in mind, I'm in 7th grade. After that incident, nobody picked on me for quite a long time. Because, to be honest, there were a lot of kids that were completely afraid of me. And, I mean, I guess with good reason. Then there were other kids, I kind of became a legend. But like I said, I was told this by my friends that witnessed it. So, yeah. And apparently there were people, now I do remember hearing people screaming at the other kid to run and get fucking lost. Like run far away. Because they honestly thought I was going to kill the kid. Would I have? I don't think so. I would have just beat him fucking senseless, maybe. But knowing my history, it's like, I am not and was not a violent person. However, if you push me hard enough, far enough, for long enough, the shit is going to happen. And unfortunately, that kid happened to step on the landmine. Now, I got sent to the office, and again, most of the office staff, when I went in there, looked kind of afraid, honestly.
I'm reminding you, take my medication.
Oh, joke's on you, I don't have any.
I'm reminding you, take my medication.
I already took it. So anyway, yeah, the office staff were both scared, amazed, and like, it was like, holy shit, but they, like I said, they're kind of afraid. And again, they couldn't really be like, holy fuck, you know, because they were the adults and they were in charge, and, you know, I did, you know, try to fight a kid. I say try because, like I said, I didn't think it was that many people that were on me. I thought, you know, it was just like 3 or 4, maybe 5, you know, maybe possibly 10 max. Because a couple people each arm, each hand, you know, I didn't think it was that many. But what did happen was I was dragging them, the whole lot of people, down the hallway by the lockers. It's like I would drag my feet close up, pull up my locker, pull myself up to the locker, reach to the next locker, and keep going. The only thing that stopped me was, and it's like there was like a couple places where the classrooms broke up the locker. One of them was a single door. I made it past that, no problem. What stopped me was there was a double classroom door. There's 2 classrooms that shared a little alcove kind of thing behind the lockers. So that's what stopped me. I couldn't reach across both doorways. And by that point, I was just kind of like, okay, fuck, whatever. But like I said, I was told by people that were there, that saw it, that I had 30 plus people basically dogpiled on me, trying to stop me. And I drugged them all down the hallway by the lockers. So, and that was the start of the PE teachers trying to get me to join football or sports of any kind, honestly. And I always told them, fuck no, because, well, one, I just didn't like sports. And up to that point, it's like I could run, well, I couldn't really run, but I didn't have the breathing problems I do now. No, actually, I could run. It's like I ran and did all kinds of shit, and I was fine mostly. I mean, I had a bit of coughing problems every once in a while, but that was like allergies. But where it got really bad was after I had the surgery. I can't run or anything now because I still have the really bad coughing problems, which has been real fun during COVID, by the way. But so it's like basically I have been classified. They finally classified as COPD, so I actually have COPD, which is why I can't do a whole lot. But anyway, so like I said, I went here. That's a little story I like to tell. I don't know if people believe it or not. Like I said, I didn't believe it or whatever, but I had, eyewitnesses. It's like if it had been just a bunch of kids, I'd be like, you're full of shit, whatever. But it was actually like adults. The teachers were telling me. They had a couple of teachers I was friends with told me this, and I was like, oh, holy shit. Okay, well. My response was like, and what did we learn? And they're like, well, we learned that if we'd let you go, you'd probably be in jail. I'm like, fair point. But anyway, shit, where'd it go? Okay, there it is. So after we moved from Charlene over here, this duplex right here, we moved from there to this one. No, it was over here. We moved from over there to over here, and it's already fucked up again. God damn it. Why, Google Earth? Maybe I'm spinning too long in one spot. I don't know. Relaunch Google Earth. I swear, it didn't used to suck this bad. It used to be really good. So anyway, as I was saying, we moved from Charlene, which was right over here, over to here. And again, this little subdivision thing was not there. There were a couple houses there. I think on this little road here, there's a couple of houses, I think. Or these couple of houses along the road. But all of this, now you can see how much of it's cornfield now. But this was all cornfield. But anyhow, we were buying a mobile home because we thought, you know, what the hell, you know, it's a nice area. Because most of these at the time, I mean, they're like really nice. And there's like a bunch of double wides. You know, there are the single wides, which is what we were buying, was a single wide. I don't think... No, actually it is. Wait, I was going from 1405 to 1410. Yeah, that's off. Unless they have just... Huh. Ah! Yeah, I guess it is. Okay. No. That was ours right there. I think. Because yeah, we had, because okay, for those of you that don't know, there's like, okay, it's like, this is like the power pole for for your power hookups for your mobile homes. And this is the cable box. Like well, that's the cable box. That's like the telephone, I think. So, they're supposed to be locked. Also, those trees were not there. None of those trees were there. That's why I was like, is it really? I mean, it could have been this one. They may have just moved little boxes. I don't think so, though. Because, see, we had a tree like this in the back of ours. Which is why I'm like, that doesn't seem right. But it does... Yeah, the distance from the road is right. For that one. I mean, I guess the... Because this one was not here like this when we moved in. Yeah, I thought... Yeah, there was... I guess that has to be it, then. Huh. Well... That still doesn't seem right. Because I don't think we had that in our backyard. It's like we had that in our backyard. Yeah, because we live right here. It's like I jumped out of our back door because we didn't have a back porch. So it was like I opened the back door, jumped out of it, and there was a tree over here that was very much like this tree. They may have transplanted the tree, honestly. Because if the person that was there moved out, because they were kind of douchey, I think they planted the tree. Anyway, so I jumped out of our back door, and well, I'll say we may or may not have had you see, that's what ours looked like. Is we had the back door there. We had like a bay window right here. But we had a back door like, you know what, that... Hold on, that just doesn't fucking look... Oh, for fuck's sake. What the fuck? Why did it move me that fucking far? Okay, I guess the times between the time they took the photos, they left. That's all I can figure. Yeah, it had to have been. Or they were... Okay, there's a fucking speed bump there. Speed bump's not there. Okay, this was taken 2015. Okay, so that was taken 4 years before this one. Makes sense. Also, if they were moving trailers in and out, a lot of times they will cut down the trees, or not cut down, they'll replant the trees. Because I saw them do that when we lived there, because somebody moved the trailer out, and they transplanted the tree from the yard it was in to somebody else's yard that didn't have a tree and that wanted one, because they didn't want to just cut down the tree, because that would be wasting a tree. So yeah, this right here, yeah, this right here is where we were. We had the trailer that was right there. Because like I said, my friend, quotation mark friend, may or may not have hooked up the cable. Somebody we knew may or may not have given us free cable. I might be the someone we knew. Anyway, no, for legal reasons, I am not the someone we knew. It was somebody else we knew. Yeah. Anyway, so I lived there at that place. That used to be a trailer, or a single wide. It was a nice place. And like a lot of these other places, they were pretty nice. There were some of them, there were a couple of them that were kind of but you know, it was fine, whatever. So yeah, it was like my friends lived around down there and stuff, and but the fun part about here was, so like I said, my 7th grade year, I spent a good from like, well, I spent Easter in the hospital, so I spent a good chunk of the spring sick, because it's like before I had the viral pneumonia, I had just like regular pneumonia, or no, yeah. Anyway, point is, I was sick and was out, missed a bit of school. So when I was in the hospital, I was in the hospital for a month. So I completely missed a month of school. So when I came back, you know, because I couldn't do the PE stuff, they made me go to the library every day, and I was supposed to write a book report. I was supposed to read a book and write a book report every day I went to the library. So I was supposed to do 5 book reports a week. I read the books. I told them to kiss my ass. Because, why the fuck, I mean, what the fuck part of reading a book and doing a book report has any bearing whatsoever on whether or not I pass PE? It doesn't. It means absolutely dick about whether I pass PE or not. I mean, I guess if they wanted to tie it in, they could be like, okay, you gotta read these sports books and, you know, do reports on the sports, or, you know, why the sports were the way they did, why the other teams won, or why what team won, you know, that kind of shit. That I could see maybe possibly having anything to do with my physical education class. However, considering they graded you on your physical activities and stuff, that was horseshit. So I told them to fuck off, kiss my ass, and I wasn't doing any goddamn book reports. Needless to say, they were not happy. Also, needless to say, my parents echoed my sentiment, and they could just fuck off. So one of my favorite things was when we lived here, those were definitely not there. Oh, it's Exit Street View. So when I lived here, I would get on my bike. I had a 10 speed, and I would ride my bike all the way down here, all the way down this road here, because was that road there? Yeah, it was. These roads were here, but they were like blocked off. Some were blocked off with like mounds of dirt, so people couldn't drive back there. So I would go back here, jump the dirt ramp, ride back here, ride all the way around here, because this part was all, it was here, but there were no, it was blocked off with dirt, so cars couldn't get back there, nobody could get back there. So I would just do laps on my bike for hours and hours. Fun as fuck, because like there's a mound of dirt here, there's a mound of dirt over here, and there's another mound of dirt. I think it was right here, or maybe it was right here. I think it was just after the curb. It was either just before or just after the curb, or there may have been two actually. And I would ramp them with my bike, and I would just haul ass around the curves. It was fun as fuck. And me and my friends, we'd all go riding our bikes around, the same thing. What sucks is they used to have, they had a swimming pool when we lived there at the office, which was right here, I think. That's where we go there. Yeah, this is like the office for the trailer park, and they had a little bit of a playground over there, but over on this side, all this area right here, there was a big, huge swimming pool, and it was really cool. But I guess they did away with the swimming pool, so yeah, it is what it is, I guess. But the other thing me and my friends would do, we would ride back to like the backside, and like we would go back here, this part, because like I said, this part back here was blocked off. So we'd go back here and go through this field, and at the time there was a oh dick. Was it right here? Hang on. I just fucked it again. God damn it. Okay, well. It was either right here. Wait. No. That's not it. It was either this one or this one. There was a motel here. That's not it. Nope. Check. I think it was here. Yeah. It was right here. There was a big hotel there. What does that say? Fuck, it won't zoom again. Okay. Anyway, that's not the name of it. But I think it was like a shit, I want to say like Roadway Inn or Red Roof Inn or I think at one point it may have been at Howard Johnson's. But anyway, and this was like back in the day when people did things they don't do anymore. But my parents smoked a bit, which, you know, whatever. It was a different time. It was not as bad as, or it wasn't thought it was as bad as it is now. So sometimes when my mom was out of cigarettes, she would say, because this was back when we still had vending machines for cigarettes, so I would go in the back door of the hotel to the vending area, and I would buy her a couple packs of cigarettes. And then me and my other friends, we would meet up. Some of our other friends lived back in the trailer park back here, so we would meet up at their house or whatever. And sometimes, on a couple occasions, well, on more than a couple occasions, me and my friends would go, and we'd go over here to Farm and Fleet. It was a fun store to hang out at. I mean, we were 10, 11, 12, 11 or 12. So, you know, fun is a relative term, I guess. But yeah. So, now we're drawing to a close. Well, almost. As I said, I went to Urbana Junior High when we lived here. We lived here for 3 years almost, I think. No, 2, yeah. Well, no. We lived on Charlene for, we lived over here, Charlene. We lived there for a year. That's when we got back from our trip to Albertville. So we lived there when we were briefly homeless. And I say, it was like an extended vacation. You know, it's fine. So we lived there for about a year, because it was after the second summer or second winter. No. Yeah, it's like summer of 7th grade. The summer after 7th grade, the summer before 8th grade, we moved from there over to here. And we lived there until about, it was almost mid-9th grade. So shit, I lost that again. Okay. There it is. So I went 7th, 8th here, and then, like I said, when was it 7th, 8th? Was it 8th? No, it was 7th, 8th. Yeah, it was 7th, 8th, because at the end of my 8th grade year, I was like, because they had, it was 7th, it was 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. At the end of my 8th grade year, when I graduated, I was looking forward to being freshmen, and then I would be, you know, we'd be like the, you know, the big dogs on campus. And I'll be goddamned if the 9th grade class that graduated weren't the last 9th grade class to graduate Urbana Middle School. Sorry, it was Urbana Junior High. It became Urbana Middle School when it lost 9th grade. 9th grade went to the high school. So once again, I was low man on totem pole. Pissed me off. I was like, God damn it. So, but that's, like I said, we lived here, went to middle school, or the high school rather, 9th grade, for about 3/4 of it, I guess. Because, like, through the winter and everything, in the spring, we moved from over here on Betsy Ross at this trailer park. We moved from there all the fucking way yeah. Las Vegas, Nevada. It's not gonna load in, is it? God damn it. Why is Google Earth broken? Yeah. Shit's way broken. Okay, so as I said, we moved from Illinois, from Champaign-Urbana, Illinois, which I had lived there from the time I was about 4.5 to 13, 14 maybe. No, I was 13. Because here's the other thing: it's like not only was I one of the youngest kids in all my classes, I was like the youngest, if not one of the youngest, because there were not many people that were my age. Because where my birthday falls was just at the cutoff date to be the next year. So I would have either been the youngest kid in the class or the oldest, because I wouldn't have been able to go to school for a whole nother year, which meant I would have been 6 or turned 6 right after school started. So we're like, they made an exception and allowed me to start early. So, like I said, I was the youngest kid in all my classes, and we in 9th grade there was a program at the high school. It was called WECEP. It was WECEP, and it stood for Work Experience Citizen Program or some shit like that. Anyway, so basically what it was is we got to basically about 10 o'clock every day we got to ditch school, and we had a job. We got to go to work for 2-3 hours, basically through lunch, and then come back to school for one more class and then go home. So we were learning how to do shit out in the real world and getting paid for it. And also, we got to ditch school. We got to miss school. That was a fucking win and a half. But I almost didn't get to go and get in the program because, I mean, and it was open to all freshmen. They assumed all freshmen would be 14, 15 years old. Yeah, I had to get special permission from like every fucking buddy to be able to work. Because I was 13. So, that was a pain in the ass. But I had fun with it. It was like, I even, now whether or not it was legal, I am not 100%, but I got to pick up a bunch of like evening and weekend shifts too. So not only did I get the shifts during school, I went back after school, after school in the evenings, and then on the weekends. I'm pretty sure I wasn't supposed to do that, but I did. Yeah, so we moved out to Las Vegas. That was a trip and a half itself. And then we moved to a place, which is no longer there, I don't believe. That's Thomas and Mac. Yeah, it's not there anymore. Well, maybe. Oh no, actually it is. Okay, cool. My uncle, who you may remember I mentioned earlier that like when I was in between 6th and 7th grade, when we were technically homeless for like a month and a half, 2 months, I told you that he decided he was going to move to somewhere, I think it was Ohio or Indiana or something, because he was tired of Vegas. Anyway, that didn't last long. That lasted about 6 months to a year. He was bored out of his fucking mind because where they moved, I mean, he was used to Vegas where everything's open all the time. I mean, if one place in particular is not open, there's another place like it that is open. There's shit to do everywhere. I mean, not to mention the fact that there's casinos everywhere. So he was bored out of his fucking mind. So it lasted, I think, 6 months. And then we got the call. He was like, "Hey, I'm going back to Vegas. I'm gonna stop by and see you again before I leave." Like, all right, cool. So that was when we lived on Charlene. He came by, stayed with us for a couple days, or a week, couple days or a week, I think, and then headed back to Vegas. So. Anyway, when he got back to Vegas, he bought a condo, townhouse, and it was actually this one right here on the corner. Is this one right here? Because that's probably and there's like a little garage unit, and because when we first got there, we parked like right here in this same exact space. But all we had to do is we went out the door, went around the corner to the pool. Anyway, I didn't think it was still there because I saw this stuff, because this used to be like trailer parks and shit that they demolished for, honestly, I don't know what the fuck they demolished it for. But this is from 2019. It was for an expansion for the airport. Another expansion for the airport. And that's a huge fucking airport. It didn't used to be that big, but anyway, that's beside the point. Because right over here, yeah, right here, was Paradise Elementary. That's where my sisters went to school. Oh, something else that's really cool? Yeah. Wait, I think that was... Yeah, this was Paradise Elementary School. Right over here. Yeah, you can see it. It's Liberace Mansion. We used to walk by that every day when I would walk them to like home from school, because I got home before they did. So I would go walk over and meet them at school and walk them back home. Because after we moved out of my uncle's place, got our own place, we moved over here to these apartments here. This set of apartments here, and we lived right here in this set right here. And you can tell that was a pool. So it's like we would, it's like we lived there and we could go right out our door to the side and have we could go get in the pool. And there was another pool like right over here. It was right there, or there. I think it was right there, and they built something over that. Because my friend lived in this building here. He lived upstairs. Because we didn't have to go that far to the pool. Oh shit. So apparently they sold a chunk of apartments out of the middle of these apartments. Because see, all these places that are filled in, those were all apartments, or all pools. When we moved in here, this apartment complex had 13, I think, pools, and now they don't have any. There's 1, 2, 3, there was one there, 4, there was one here, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and see, there's like some of the apartments are not there anymore. There was one there, and no, they had 15 pools because there's one here and here too. Wait. Oh, and these two, because I think these were part of the same apartment complex. These were all part of the same apartment complex. So there was these two. There was 2 over here, 1 here, like, because the corners each had their own, and then it's like every set of buildings had one. It's like, but these buildings here, there was this pool here and this pool here, and then these over here, because what they figured was the people that lived in these buildings here, they could walk over here or here and use their pool. Actually, I don't think that one had one. I think it was one of the few that they didn't do the same as the rest of them. Or they just completely dug the fucking thing up. I remember having a pool. Anyway, beside the point. So it's like the people that lived here, they could use this pool. These people use this pool. Basically, you could use any pool you wanted if you lived in these apartments. Nobody cared what pool you used. So if you had a favorite pool, or one pool was dirty, or one was cleaner than another one, like, because they cleaned them on a rotating schedule. So if one was like really dirty or one was in the process of being cleaned, you could just use whatever other pool you wanted. No big deal. So, people did that. But anyway, so like I said, we lived there, and I would go every day, go over here, pick my kids from school, or my sisters from school, and then we'd walk by Liberace's mansion every day. And it's a fucking cool place. Because like when we first went by there, it's like I did not know that was Liberace's house. So I was like, what the hell? I was like, why the hell does that have like, a fancy ass gate and shit? And then I found out, a couple years after, that was Liberace's house. And I was like, oh fuck. So it's like I walked by Liberace's house every fucking day. And I'm not saying I vandalized shit or anything, but I am saying there were a couple of these emblems on the iron gate, or on the iron fence. They were not sturdily on there. They could have easily fallen off. I'm not saying I would have knocked them off, but should I happen to have found them on the ground, I would have kept them. Because as you can see, they are a shiny gold type material. And am I saying they're gold? No. I don't think so. They might be. Hell, if anything, they're gold plated. Hell, they might actually be gold. I don't know. I never really found out. Because again, I didn't know. I was dumb. But so every day I walked by Liberace's mansion, which a lot of people don't know who Liberace is, don't care, whatever, they don't like him. I mean, like him or not, he did some really, really cool music. And see, and you can tell the apartments there are gone. They did not used to be. In fact, can we time travel? Not in fucking Street View. God damn it. You used to be able to time travel in Street View. Fuck it. Anyway. Yeah, yep. And one of the things that pissed me off that I didn't find out for a while, also it looks like they're doing they used to have a lot of like shade trees and stuff, and it looks like they're going back to like the natural environment of the desert, which is okay, I guess. But yeah, you can see how that used to be a pool right there. And yep. Oh, you can't zoom in either. God damn, what? Why can you not zoom in? I was zooming in earlier. Oh, there we go. And that is one right there that I lived in. Yeah, see, this used to be all nice green grass. There was like a big, like they had actual big shade trees growing here. Not these little shrubby ass bushes. They had like elms and, there's a pine, but, I mean, there were some pines, but there were some like elms and oaks growing. It was really pretty. That was the wrong fucking button. I wanted to do this. But one of the things is like when I lived there, there was somebody in the, let's see if I can point it out. Okay, in that building over there, on the front side of that building, they had like an old console TV sitting in front of it, and they said it didn't work, and I asked if I could have it, and like, sure, but you got to get it out of here. I'm like, cool. So I took this, it was like a 32-inch console TV, like a big heavy motherfucker. I got it home. All I had to do was replace a fuse. And I had a nice ass big TV to play Nintendo on. And I was like, yes. But, so anyway, we lived there. And we lived there for I think about 2 years. So one of the things I found out, because we first, because I went to Robert Orr Middle School, which was right over here. Sorry, William E. Orr. Now that's, because when I went there, it was Robert E. Orr. Anyway, fuck it, whatever, they changed the name, or people couldn't agree on the name, I don't know. Anyway, so I had to, basically, when I went to school there, I had to walk from there to there. Because that's where we lived. It was like 2 miles. And I will be honest, there's a few days that we'll just say I may have missed the school and gone to the mall instead. A couple of days. So then actually, no, when we first moved here, we lived in my uncle's, and which was over here. So I rode the bus here. I had to walk over to Koval Lane, which was right over here. So I had to like walk over here to this area to catch the bus, because there was like an empty lot. Looks like it's still an empty lot. It was like right over here. So what I did was I walked like through these apartments over here, and over there, and so I walked up to Koval Lane, and that's where I had to catch the bus there, and that one took me to Orr, I think, and then we moved. Anyway, so yeah. Anyway, beside the point. The next year, because that was 9th grade, so I finished 9th grade, and funny story there, when I went to Orr, because, you know, my attitude with the PE teachers and stuff, I got sent to the principal's office all the time, so they said that I was like a discipline case or whatever. I don't know what you want to call it. Again, they gave me like the mean PE teacher, and so we had to run the field. I walked it, and they're like, well, if you don't run, you're not gonna get to do what everybody else does during this class. I'm like, I don't give a shit. And if you don't run, and it was like, and he'd come up there and, you know, try to get me, yell at me, trying to get me to run. I'm like, fuck you. I'm like, if you yell at me anymore, I'm just going to walk off the field, and I'm going to go, you know, go back to the locker room or whatever and go do something else entirely. Which I did. I walked out of his class more than once. I got sent to the office afterwards, but I didn't take any shit. And so, that was the PE class. So the regular classes, I was in the normal regular classes except for English. Like they put me in remedial reading class. No, there's a little bit of a story behind that. It's like in first grade, this is why they want to jump me 2 grades. I was reading Robert Heinlein, like The Cat That Walks Through Walls, Day After Tomorrow, stuff like that. Sail Beyond the Sunset. Yeah, I was reading that in first grade. Okay, so that's why they wanted me to skip me like 2 or 3 grades, and I refused. But anyway, it's beside the point. Also, I didn't want the extra work. That's kind of lazy. So here they went the opposite direction. They thought, because one of the problems I had was I can come up with shit in my head, and I mean, like, I am like really creative. However, it has trouble leaving my body. Like, whether it's, through, like writing it down, drawing it out. I can't draw for shit. You guys have been, you guys have seen that. I mean, you draw accidental titties on stream, I mean, that's kind of obviously, when you're trying to draw mountains, it's kind of obviously you can't really draw. Of course, Bob Ross, happy accidents. I mean, I'm sure that made somebody's night. But anyway, so, like, in my English classes before, like, we would have essay questions and shit like that. I can't do essay questions at all. Because even if I can come up with what to say in my head, it will not come out. It's like, I can get my name, I can get the class. That's as far as I might can get once upon a time, or, I can write the question down. But then when it comes to write the answer, I'm fucked. I mean, I can copy shit out of a book all fucking day long. Because that's one of the things I had to do in the other class I had before we moved out to Vegas, the reset program. That's one of the things that the teacher worked with me on, was like, trying, like, copying stuff or whatever, and trying to get me to work through my writer's block, I guess, if you want to try to call it that. I don't know what you call it, but it's as good a word as any. Yeah. So they thought, because I always got like bad grades in like English, they thought that I was just an idiot or something. I don't know. So we had these computers in the class that we did vocabulary on, like our vocabulary tests and shit like that, and like we had to, like, reading comprehension and everything. Basically, it had one line of text on the screen at a time, and you read it, and it was set at a certain speed, and then at the end of it, you answered the questions about the story. So it was reading and comprehension. So, being the smartass that I was, I kept upping, because they would let you set your own reading speed, but most people, they said, don't read faster than 70 words a minute. I was like, fucking God, why? That's so goddamn slow. And I was just like, I couldn't do it. I was just like, no. So I would go and change it. I set it at 1,000, but it maxes out at 700. So I was sitting there reading it at 700 words a minute, and the teacher's like, "What the hell are you doing? You can't read that. You can't possibly be reading that." I'm like, "Yeah, I am." I'm like, "No, you're not." I'm like, "Okay, fine." And they're like, "Okay, fine. You say you're reading that. If you get all the questions right, I might believe you." So I did. I read through 3-4 different stories, took the quizzes on them, and I got 100%, all 4 questions, or all 4 tests. And I did those 4 tests in less time than it took the other kids to do 1. And they're like, "Why in the fuck are you in this class?" I'm like, "You know what? I don't know. This is where they stuck me." And they're like, "Holy shit, you should not be in this class." I'm like, "I know, right? But here I am." Because there's only like 2 or 3 months of school left anyway. So, fuck it, whatever. But, it's like, so basically, they fucked off and let me do whatever I wanted to do during the class, because I knew the shit, and I could read the shit, and I answered the questions perfectly, so it was that. But at the end of 9th grade year, I graduated again, 9th grade, and then I got to go to, where is it? Valley High School. God damn it. It's froze again. It's right there. Why the fuck can this not just fucking render? One moment, please. I have to restart Google Earth fucking again. Can I not just get regular Google Earth? Like, just normal Google Earth, not Google Earth Pro? Do I have to use Pro? Holy fuck. And if this is Google Earth Pro, holy fucking shit. Why? There we go. And there's ore. And you can see it's kind of built differently. But then oh, where to go? God damn it. That's Chaparral. I just fucking had it. Where'd it go? Yeah, that's Tropicana. There's ore. There it is. Valley High School. They liked weird shaped buildings out there. Yeah. But, you know, here's what it is, I guess. Actually, I don't remember that being that like that. I thought it was over here. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't remember the... Way back. Nope, I guess it was. Okay. Yeah, it's 1990. I guess it was always there like that. Alright. Cool. Anyway, so it's been there for a while like that. And this is 2019. Yeah, so as I went to Valley for 10th and 11th grade, and one of the things I learned besides the fact that this stop, goddammit. This does not rotate smoothly at all. There we go. Was we moved from... I was like, while we still live in Tony, on Tony, those apartments there, it was the La Valita apartments? No. Maybe. Fuck, I don't know. Anyway. So I went from here, and I had to walk to school. All the way from here. So from here, all the way to here. Some days I did ride my bike. So, I mean, I did have a bike to ride. I could ride that. Some days I didn't, though, because the flat tires or whatever the hell else. But after months of walking to school from here, I discovered that, now remember, we lived in this apartment building right here. We lived right here. I had to walk all the way, almost 2 miles. It was just under 2 miles, because if you lived further away than 2 miles, then you had to ride the bus. But if you lived less than 2 miles away, you had to walk. Now, I discovered a few months in, actually, yeah, that all I had to do was walk up here to this road, right here. It was either this corner here or this corner here. And the goddamn bus from the school came right down this fucking road. So for months, I was walking 2 fucking miles one way every goddamn day to school. And then again back home. Taking me like 2 hours to get home. Or longer, because sometimes I dicked around. Where I could have walked less than 5 minutes and rode the fucking bus. Do you know how pissed off I was? Now granted, some days I did still walk the 2 miles because, well, let's face it, on those days, I may not have actually made it to school. I may have detoured at the mall. Or just fucked around somewhere else. So, then after a little bit, we moved again because our lease was up. Because in Vegas you have like 6-month leases. So from there we moved to where's the names, people? Okay, let's see. Can I find? Okay, it's not back that far. Because there's the apartments that we lived in. Okay, it's not that far south. I did not expect them to be called the same thing they were called then. Oh, yeah, it was back over here. Oh, this is new. Huh. Ah, there they are. No, that's not them. Maybe it is. Yeah, that's about right. No, here it is. Here they are. That's not what they are now. I think it was called, I think it was called Lavalita at the time. Yeah, also when we lived there, they didn't have all these fences like this. This looks fancier than when we lived there. Fuck, I forgot, no, street view. Yeah, this is them. Oh, shit. Yeah, because when we lived there, there's like each building, each like set of buildings has an archway. So like each little quad of buildings has an archway. And it's like, in this one there's like it used to be a fountain when we lived there, although it was a dry fountain. There was a pool there, and then there was another something up this end. We never went to this end. And again, everybody that lived in this complex could use the middle pool, whatever, run around, do whatever they wanted. But again, it's like we lived in one of the apartments, like on ground floor, like right over here, like right in front of this sidewalk. So that was where we lived, and then I had to walk from there again to Fuck, I lost it again. Oh, for fuck's sake. I wish I quit listening to goddamn school. Oh, there it is. So there. Yeah, so you see, it was pretty much a straight shot. Straight down Eastern. To... God damn it, where'd it go? Motherfucker. There it is. So basically, it was a straight shot down from Eastern, which is right here, up Harmon to there. However, that's not how I went. I would go, whatever, one of these two roads, usually this one, to Spencer. And then I hit Desert Inn, or Flamingo. Yeah, see, this didn't all used to be here either, like this. That golf course did not used to be there. So I would like walk around my bike down Spencer and then through these neighborhoods, because this used to be a neighborhood, and then I would come out around over here and come up to Valley this way. Or occasionally I'd come up Eastern. Like I said, it just depended on what kind of mood I was in. If I was in a hurry, I'd just go straight up Eastern, once I went from like Spencer to Flamingo, and then Flamingo down to Eastern. But then, after we moved from the apartments here, not those, god damn it. Harmon, not Hacienda. Oh fuck, we're way off. These here. So once we moved from these, we moved from here over to a bunch of apartments that are no longer around. We moved into, see how the apartments are right here? See, what road is this? Label the roads. God damn it. Anyhow. And see, there's a pool there. There was, I think, a pool there, and there was another pool here, another pool here. Oh, god damn it. Motherfucker. Anyhow, it was like where these streets are here, those went through to circles like this. That's Silver Mesa Circle. That's Silver Mesa Drive. That's Golden Arrow Drive. That was Golden Arrow Circle, and this one Rain Dance Way. That was Rain Dance Circle. And we lived in Rain Dance Circle. We lived in this apartment building. On basically, so if this was Rain Dance Circle, we lived in this apartment building right here. So basically, just copy this, move it over so the road matches here, and that was where that one set of buildings was, and then copy and paste again to here. That's where the other buildings were. It's kind of like this, just shift the whole thing over. Anyway, so we lived there for a while, and then from there, so from there it wasn't too bad to get to school. So that was easy. And it was kind of hard to get lost on the way to school there. Because when I walked from like La Canada and Torrey Pines? I don't know, whatever the fuck it was called. I had to go by the mall. So you can imagine, I got sidetracked a few times. And then it's like, oh, well, shit, I'm late for school. I might as well just walk on over here to, where'd it go? Oh, shit, where'd it go? So there's like a 7-Eleven around here somewhere. It's a Jack in the Box, I think. It's like there was a Jack in the Box around here. There's a Pollo Loco. There's like a 7-Eleven. Maybe it was a block up. And there's an Albertsons grocery store. Two blocks up? What? I'm sorry? No, it wasn't. We didn't go that far down. Because it was only like 2 blocks over. Because we'd go there almost every day. The fuck? Yeah, because there was a Del Taco. Oh, there wasn't a Rally's, but there was a Jack in the Box not far. What the fuck? There's no way in hell it seemed like it was that fucking far. Okay, they had to have moved that Albertsons location. Because the furthest we walked was like a block or two. Because we had to be able to get back in time for lunch. Because we left every day for lunch. Some days we were a little bit late getting back, but whatever. Because there was like a 7-Eleven or something in the same area that we went in. 7-Eleven or AM PM, it was one of those. Because we went in like every day and played some video games during lunch. But we'd go up to Albertsons and get like, we'd go and get like fruit pies. Like the Dolly Madison fruit pies. Those were good. But anyway. Huh. So anyway, so after we moved from Rain Dance, which was again up here. It was right over here. Once we moved from there, we moved to Henderson, which is right out here. Now, back in the day, there was none of this was here. Right, where is Sonic? Find Sonic. I will find where we live. Can we just get any blurrier? Apparently Google Earth has once again said, fuck you, I'm not loading. And that is very disappointing. So Sonic should be back over this way, I believe. Okay, fuck, I've got to relaunch fucking Google Earth again. Sorry, guys. Holy shit, been going for 4 hours. Time flies when you're zipping around the planet. All right, here's. That's the Sandboard Silver Ball. So it should be... That's Sonic right there, I think. Nope, that's the post office. Nope, Henderson Hyundai. Well, shit. The fuck is the Sonic? Oh, there it is. Okay, there's the Sonic. And there's the post office. I knew they were right there by each other. So the apartments that we then lived in... Oh, Morel Park, yes. And the ones we lived in, I think was this building here. Wait, no, where was the front office at? We had to get the mail. Okay, there's the mailboxes, I believe. Okay, so we had to live in these apartments over here. Well, because we had a parking space pretty close to our building, which these do not. And it wasn't too far to go check the mail. Yeah, I think it was this building here, I think. One of these two. Because we parked like here, because I think we'd get pissed if we had to have to go around the corner. So it's one of these two buildings here. I think it was this one. Oh, it may have been this one though. No, we had a sidewalk walking right in front of our. Because there was a sidewalk like right in front of my bedroom. So we lived in this one here. I think. Yeah, it had to have been. Because the sidewalk was like right outside my window. And it's like very minimal grass right there. Because it was way less than that. Maybe. Because I don't think the cars were that close, but the sidewalk was. Huh. You know? Anyway, the point of it being was, these are the apartments. Yeah, just walk that way and go across that way to the store. Yeah, because that used to be a Smith's or a Lucky's. Anyway. Yeah, I think we lived in the third building, I think. And we had to come in from this direction, I believe. Unless they fucked with the landscaping since then. Which they could have. You know what? Let's do this. Let's way back it. Nope, it was like that. Yeah, so because this is where like the clubhouse was. I think that's where the mailboxes were. Because they had another set of mailboxes for other people, I think. Or they're all in one place. I can't remember for sure. Because it was a very, that might have been a dumpster. Like I said, there was a very traumatic time for me because this is where we lived when my dad died. So we lived here in Henderson, and this apartment here, I think. Really? I mean, I swear I thought it was not a long apartment. It was, I mean, not long like this. It was long like this. We might have actually lived here. We may actually have lived in this building right here. And the mailboxes would have been up here. Anyway. Yeah, it had to have been. Because I remember walking down along over here to the, because we had to do laundry one time, and the clubhouse had the laundry room, and I didn't have to go that far, and it was like close by the pool. Yeah, so we had to live in these apartments here, or possibly here. But I remember we had to go around the corner of the building to get to the parking lot. But parking didn't seem that... No, fuck it. Oh, what the fuck? It's got the goddamn... Well, that's not there, is it? Again, that's not this side of the wall now, there, is it? Yeah, I actually think we had to have lived in this apartment right here, in this building here. Because I don't think we lived that close to the road. And it's like there was a sidewalk by my bedroom window. And if you look here, the sidewalks, there are no windows on these ends of the buildings. Wait, what's the number of that one? Huh. There's also yeah, that's a dumpster pad. I don't remember that. Let's see if we can see the... There's the mailboxes. Okay, so when there are mailboxes, and where the mailboxes are right there. That's the clubhouse and office. Yeah, I don't remember having to walk down that far to get the mail. So we might have lived in one of these? Question mark? Fuck, I don't know. Like I said, that time frame was a bit of a blur to me, or is a bit of a blur to me, because of everything that happened while we were there. Because one of the things, I know this might be really kind of sad, but it's like, every day, and we didn't discover this until we talked about it, a few weeks later, because my dad died December 22nd. So it was like 3 days before Christmas. One of the things we discovered we were doing was every day when it was about time for him to come home from work, we would find some excuse. We'd have to go to the store, or we'd have some sort of errand we'd had to run. It was either to get something to make for dinner because we were out of something or whatever. And so we were constantly like making excuses, basically, so to not be home when my dad was supposed to be getting home. And we thought it was like, weeks later, and we realized that, holy shit, that's what we were doing. Which makes it kind of even more sad now, but it is what it is. Yeah. And so then it was February after that we moved somewhere else. And I'm not going to get too specific because, well, but if anybody's paid attention to, stuff I've talked about, you guys know that I live in Coleman, Alabama. Or at least close by Coleman, because I've mentioned like Rock the South and the Trump rally we just had recently, unfortunately. But yeah, and actually, we didn't actually live in Coleman. We moved to Hanceville, and I've got to redo Gurgleooth again because it can't do what it's supposed to do. So, like I said, you guys know I live in the Coleman area, which is just, somewhere in Coleman County. But after my dad died, we moved to Hanceville. Because my grandparents lived in Hanceville at the time. They actually have a nice little farmy area. And when we moved to Hanceville, because we actually, because my granddad helped us get a place before we even left Vegas. We had a place to move to. And where we lived at that time, Yeah, no, it's not there. These addresses on here are not right. I think it was this one. I think those are duplexes. These are duplexes. This one and this one are not duplexes. And there were only 2 houses on this street that were not duplexes. And we lived there in this one for 6 months or so. Might have been a year. And then we moved across the street into this one. Or maybe it was that one. Hang on. Yeah. Yeah, we moved into that one. Because, funny story, when we lived here, this is where we lived when I met my wife. Her family lived over here. And some of her other family lived over here. And again, the ones back here were not there. It was just empty field. But yeah. So it's like, this is where I lived when I met my wife. Then we moved over across the street. And then after I proposed to her, her stepmother completely lost her shit and kicked her out of the house. So then she came to live with us, right next door. And then we got married. And after we got married, we moved into Coleman. We had an apartment. I'll show you guys. Why not? All right, well, this should be main. No, that's 31. This is main. So 7. Oh, God damn it, Google Earth. All right, one moment, please. While I kick Google Earth in the balls again. Our first apartment was right over here in these apartments right here. People call them the Red Door Apartments. They weren't always called that, but we actually lived in, I believe it was, they didn't used to have all these extra stairs and railings. I think we lived in the one with the, I think we lived in the one that's got the air conditioner in it. We either lived in that one or this one right next to the one with the wreath on it. I think. As I said, we didn't live that too far in, so it's one of these first 6 or so. No, it was. It may have been the one with the wreath on it. His welcome door and the window was on the left. Yeah, no, it was. I think it was the one with the wreath. It was either this one here or the one with the wreath. I'm pretty sure it was the one with the wreath. So that was mine and my wife's first apartment. And then after we lived there, we moved back out to Vegas. But seeing as how we're going on 4.5 hours, that's enough for tonight. I will just say, we'll pick this up again another time if you guys would like. Make sure you leave a like, let me know. What you guys want to see, because I haven't even started on places that we've been to vacation. Because just going on vacations and stuff, man, we've been like Key West, we've been back up to Illinois, we've been to Chicago, we've been all the way out to LA, we've been Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, been to Atlanta. I mean, we've gone through Oklahoma, Texas. We've been to New Orleans. We've been to St. Augustine. We've been to North Carolina, I believe. North Carolina or West Virginia? Fuck, I don't know. It was one of those. I think it was North Carolina. It was South Carolina. Where's Wilmington? Yeah, North Carolina, because we went to Wilmington for a friend of ours' wedding, which was also a vacation. I mean, we've been to Atlanta, Sonoya, all over Georgia, looking at filming locations and stuff for like The Walking Dead and other stuff. I mean, we have been all over the place. We've been through New Mexico, Arizona. We've been to the Grand Canyon a couple of times, but again, that is going to be stuff for another day. Again, if you guys do like it, please make sure you leave a like, subscribe, and notification bell so you don't miss any. Leave in the comments whether you liked it or not. If you did, be sure let me know. If you didn't, well, let me know why. If you want me to talk about other kinds of places that we've been, let me know. But as I said, this is going to go ahead and call it here because I've been going for 4.5 hours, and I'm sure you guys might be tired of it. It was a lot of happiness, a little bit of sadness, but then a lot more happiness. So and I want to share this stuff with you guys because I get excited to let me know where exactly I have all been. Granted, a lot of it was like Illinois. I mean, that was a good chunk of my life. But then since then, I've been, quite a few other places. And again, I hope you guys do enjoy the journey with me. If you do, leave a like, let me know. Again, this is like a special birthday stream where I just kind of wanted to talk about me. and places I've lived, stuff like that. Again, I didn't get to, you don't know where I live now, so, that's fine. But anyway, I want to thank you so very much for watching. Remember, be excellent to each other and party on. Stay safe, stay healthy, stay hydrated. Stay the fuck inside and away from everybody as much as possible. Get vaccinated. Wear your mask, especially if you have to go be around people. And wear your mask even if you're vaccinated. Because it will still help. But again, I do want to thank you so very much for watching. I love you all. And as always, I will see you in the next video. Bye everyone. Bye-bye.